We're clearly building up some torque in there. Is it far enough out now that we can clear it? I think we're probably going to need more than that. Okay. Looks like the pressure's built up on this part. 66. Okay, the pressure's starting to build up back here. Now it's at 60. Okay, so I'll bring it to 30. Say it's 31. Now it's stopped over here. Let's grab this one. Down one. Okay, I think we got our pressures as equalized as we can. Elbows off to the side, and we might be able to get a connection now. Okay, so let's try it. Are we still RCS on? We are. Okay, let's go ahead and do it. Bring it back up and see if we can dock with it now. Alright, and that's kind of where we are right now. We went ahead and did the docking, and the arm is out to the side right now. And today we are going to do the install. So there's a couple things right up front that I'm remembering from that mission debrief that we want to watch out for. One is there's one of those servos, we turned it off, and there's two of them that may have a little bit of torque against each other. Hopefully that doesn't cause any problems. We shall see as we get it loaded up now. Alrighty then. Live mode on. Okay, our van is still outside waiting for our shuttle to return. That's nice. Hopefully we'll be able to nail the re-entry and get it on the runway. We've gotten 2 in a row. We're getting better at it, so let's see where we stand upstairs. Alright, so here we are at the ISS, all prepped and ready to do the install. First off, we need to do a bit of the uninstall. We got to go in here with a Kerbal and unattach these struts. And then we should be able to just go ahead and hit our install cal, and it will bring it all into place. Hopefully without issue. So let's go ahead and do that. We're gonna get an EVA now. Let's see, who do we got? Pumpkin Seed's actually already in the airlock, so we'll send her on out to do the uninstall. Spacesuit on. Nice. Is it my download that's suffering, or what's going on here? Our preview has lapped on top of itself. Okay, okay. Things look okay. Must have just been my download. Rightio, so we need to remove some of these struts, and also it'd be, you know what? I don't even know that we have hardly any of these containers to put this trash in. Like, we need to start getting Soyuz rotations going on. Yeah, this one's gonna have stuff in it for sure. Yep. That one might be free. Yeah, that one's okay, cool. Got one. And I do believe we have 2 containers worth of trash. So tell me this one's is free too? Nope. We're running out of space. Now I don't know what the hell we're gonna do. We're gonna have to move some trash. And yeah, we need to launch more Soyuz. Burn up this garbage. So here's what I guess we'll do. Since we know the truss is, I mean, we can just basically stuff this garbage into the truss. The time being. We'll put it in the, yeah, we'll put it in the center truss, center of the truss. That way it's close to these things that when we do have the opportunity to get rid of some trash, it'll be easier to move. Actually, you know, it just dawned on me, since it's inside these, it'll be, we won't need to EVA in order to move it, actually. We'll be able to just move it straight into a Soyuz to get burned up. That's a perfect option. Alright, we got one more run. And then the payload should be free. And one more. One more, and the only thing that'll be holding it in is the connection point. All right. There it is. That's first part of the mission is complete. We can go ahead and bring our Kerbal back on board. here we go. Here comes the moment of truth. These things are off, right? Yes. Yes. Okay. Alright, we are go for payload decoupling. Hit it. Alright, payload is free. Alright, where's the install cal? It's gonna be in the way back, yeah? There it is, okay. So we want to play this to 370. Alright. Hit it. It's gonna be really slow. Oh, also, that's right. Oh, we may. Okay, hold on. Well, Christ. We may have a problem here. We need to. Okay, go ahead and pause right there. Actually, here's what we're gonna do. Because there was a piece in here that we had turned off. Yeah, here we go. The motor is disengaged on this. Let's go ahead and engage the motor on that. And now restart that cal. Now this is the original position, so what's going to happen here is it's going to want to bring the arm back in where it's, see, you can already see it start to clip. But we should actually be ready to go ahead and just play this cal at this point. So if we go ahead and do that, we'll pin it as well. We can see where it is. But yeah, the way I expect this to go down is it's going to want to, it's going to move this, all of this stuff in to be kind of flat, and then it should at the same time sort of push everything out, or pull it up and then out, no, around. So we made it super duper slow, 300, so yeah, wait, this is gonna take a while. I would have actually expected the cal to reset these pieces like almost immediately. Unless it's not actually doing anything. It may have deleted our cal. No, they're in there. Okay, so it's should be doing something. I'm not actually witnessing. Okay, I saw a little movement there. A little bit of outward movement. The payload. Or did I? We're at 50 seconds now. I would have expected to see some real tangible results in this cal's play positions, but it doesn't. I'm not seeing it, to be honest. It's still like right there. This should should be clipped. At this point, it should be pretty thoroughly clipped. You know, we may have another problem here. Pause this, because we should actually... We totally should be seeing some results here. I think we're just building up pressure in these joints. What's happening? Because we could possibly be strutted to that piece. And it does indeed look as though I've had this issue before. To the root. Well, we may have a very serious problem here. It looks clean with the exception of like the one. I see this 1X strut going on right there. That may have something to do with it being stuck in place. And what I was thinking was, is our heaviest piece, if it was actually set to strut to heaviest piece, and it was the heaviest piece, and it like overrode that because it wasn't going to strut to itself, then it could strut to the next heaviest piece, and that would make sense. That it could be holding it in place, but that's not the case. It's strut to root. So if we take this off of that, same thing with this up here. What are we looking at? It's set to the root as well. Oh wait, hold on. That X could be these guys. No. The back parts are definitely not. Okay. We're still getting an X going on through there. makes sense that we would need to get through those. Snap it off. Okay, well, I'm not seeing specifically anything that looked as though it could have been culprit to holding that thing in. We got rid of it, so it should be clean. But I am just not witnessing it at all when it comes to the dealing with the cow. The last thing that we could do to be absolutely certain is just grab this hinge right here and really go with it. But I expect us that it's not actually... Yeah, see, we're just building up force. Yeah, it's in there, man. Absolutely right. Absolutely right about that. So, the only option that we really have at this point, and I fear a kraken is going to happen when we do it, if we undock the arm from the payload itself, it could kraken inside and explode. It could just gently kind of jostle it around and everything could be fine. And then we could go ahead and use the autonomous controls to go ahead and do the docking, since this is an issue that we've had. This is a running issue we've had. Have yet to solve it. Just can't, it's still auto strut in there. Damn. The best thing that I think we can do is if we go ahead and bring our cow back to the beginning position, that will ease the tension off of our hinges as much as we possibly can get them. Interesting. See, these ones here should not really be affected by anything. They should be able to actually swing, but something seems to be holding them as well. So there's a piece of the Canada arm that is strut, which doesn't make any sense at all. Okay, well, we've got an F5 from before we started to screw around with any of this stuff here, so if it does kraken, we can come back to it. We also got the auto saves. We can go ahead and, because that'll be the easiest thing to do before we start to really get in depth chasing down auto struts, because there really shouldn't be any. Like, there's nothing that stands out at all, because there isn't any. So we'll go ahead and do that. We're gonna pull the trigger on that and see if that we can at least get it out of there this way. So we're go for undocking. Hit it. All right. Seems to be all right. The arm flailed after it was finally released of the tension that it had. That tension that I was talking about originally. Actually, you know what? If this thing gets back into its proper position, we might be able to redock with it, and then our problems will be solved. Of course, it is free right now. Why deal with that? We can go ahead and just change to this and go ahead and do it. Toggle the torque on the reaction wheel. Turn on the RCS propellant. And just go ahead and do it. RCS on. Docking mode on. SAS on. Out. That's a shame, because we went through all of the trouble of programming the CAL in order to do the install with the Canadarm, and to have it do that struts to stuff when none of this stuff is auto strut to anything. It's completely clean-o. So it's just, that's really disappointing. Bonk. We also have another little issue here that I didn't really plan for either. This tail, keep our consumables up here. Yeah, this tail, it's gonna be in the way. If we plan on keeping this on through the whole install, so that's kind of a thing that I did not plan on. However, we've also got this other docking port over here that we can use. Ironically enough, if we undock from here and take our apparatus and swing it over and connect it to this thing will be just floating out here. Won't be able to maintain attitude control or anything. So we'll want to creep up on it and connect. First off, would be smart would be to remove that docking force, because if we let go of this thing with this, and it could do terrible things. Let's pull this away just a bit so we can work on it, because yeah, don't want it to run into that. Dude, I am really got terrible control over these axes here. There. Yeah, pull this thing just away a little bit so we can work on it without having to worry about smashing into anything. But yeah, at this point, if we turn the RCS off on this, and we can go ahead and say, let's target the target. Control from there, right? And SAS, smart SAS, go ahead and turn us to that target. Negative parallel, force to 0. Should actually already be pretty much on 0 right now. Well, no, it's actually 180, so it's going to rotate it 180. Or 90. Huh. I think at 180. Change my mind, make it 90. slow it down and stop it as much as we can. And then what we need to do is unattach our apparatus, fly it over, and reattach it to this while this thing is floating. And hope to God we don't bump it. Get a clean dock, we should be okay. Go ahead and null our velocity relative to the station right here. Okay, looks good. Okay, and let that thing chillax. We will want it dead still, because we won't be able to get any attitude control as soon as we let go of it. Alright, our apparatus is ready to go. Let's do it. We are go for undocking. Hit it. Alright, the module's free. RCS off, SAS to negative parallel to this. Yeah, okay, looks good. RCS on, docking mode on. And we need to catch this thing. It started to drift a little bit forward. Okay, and also turn the docking force off. Okay, we're good. Should be able to catch this thing as it free floats out here. All right. All right, and we've captured it again. Okay. We want to control from here. Seems to have thrown a little bit of force into us. And now this is going to be really kind of whack, because we've got asymmetric thrust. But we should be able to hack it. We'll be able to manage control from here. Got that docking port is still okay. Targeted, negative parallel, force to roll to 90. Alright, now our reaction wheels should be able to help us out a lot here. And we've got two big ones here that we can toggle the torque on. That ought to be able to keep us from rotating. Bring it on down. Yeah, make sure we don't hit that that radiator right there. Yeah, a couple measuring malfunctions through this mission. That's all on me. The first one being the external stowage platform 2 got in the way of the Canadarm, and then the apparatus got in the way of the, or the tail got in the way of the apparatus, or vice versa. However, a little bit of ingenuity and we're back on track here. Alright, the module's in place and we are ready for docking. Let's do it. Hit it. And captured. GG. Awesome. Okay, so we can go ahead and close that out. Don't need that anymore. These reaction wheels, I'm going to turn that one off. We don't need that anymore. But yeah, there's a reaction wheel on here for the time being. And not that one, this one. Here we go. Disable the torque on that until we get this this thing a little bit more secure. And then this this reaction wheel right here, it can stay on for the time being. Shouldn't be a problem. Sergeant Callum, how's it going, man? Okay, so now that that thing's on and installed, we really don't need the Canadarm anymore. This, we can go ahead and put it back into the stowed position. Damn shame, man. Should have been able to do that well, truth is, if we use the Canadarm, well, no, that's right. If we'd used the Canadarm, actually we'd have been kind of screwed, because the apparatus would have been clipped into the tail. So we did not plan for that. So, yeah, all around, our measurements kind of screwed us. There would have been no other way for us to do this than the way that we finally did do it. So yeah, the Canadarm will go ahead and get stowed back in the in its stowed position. And the next mission we have is to relocate. We need to relocate the apparatus, and it's going to come up here Christ, we've got another measuring issue. Is that the only docking port for that? Oh my god, dude. Okay, so here's what... Wow. Here's what we're gonna have to do. Here's where shit gets really scary. We need to undock, we need to detach the Solarwing, and it's gonna have to fly up and away and then kind of just stop for a moment. And then we will rendezvous with this thing up with it and redock this apparatus to this so that we've got superior fuel, and then we will have enough fuel to move this over here, hopefully. We've got the added thrusters on the outside, should help us a hell of a lot, and we want to make damn sure that we've got this thing under control when we let go of it, which we don't have very much control of it at all. We need to get up there and get it like done ASAP. That's operational command state. Reaction wheels running. All right. So the other thing we want to look at is that RCS propellant. Okay, it's full and it's off. So we'll want to turn that on. Cannon arms almost clipped back through all of the crap, and it's on its way to the final connection point. That really sucks that couldn't use that. But yeah, in the end, what would have actually happened would our apparatus, which was docked on the back of this, would have had to have clipped into the back of the wing, or the tail, which wouldn't have been a problem since the whole thing is actually one unit, except when we detach the apparatus from the back, it would have still been clipped into the tail, and then it would have exploded, so that wouldn't have worked at all. Oh well, we made the extra effort anyway. We know we did it. It would have worked had we all the control and whatever of the normal Canadarm and dextry and whatnot. And there it is. Canadarm is stowed, and the shuttle is more or less ready to go home. As soon as it gets a crew. Now for the nasty part. Let's get an F5 right here since everything's nice and solid and in a good state. It's time to move the Solarwing. Alright, let's do it. We are go for Solarwing detachment. Solarwing is away. RCS on. Docking mode on. SAS on. Okay, we're starting to float away just fine, it looks like. This is okay. Oh, alright, so just put the RCS on to kind of stop that roll. Otherwise, how we're traveling is looking pretty decent. We need to get this docking port clear. That's what we need to do here. Okay, so we'll leave RCS off now. And we need to get back to the station. And now the apparatus. Alright, the apparatus is away. Control from here. Alright, RCS on, docking mode on. SAS on. Okay, we need to go up here. Set that as our target. Alright, RCS off, SAS take us to negative parallel to that, and put us to 0. Hit me. RCS on, docking mode on. Okay, killer velocity relative. RCS off. SAS, turn us to 90 degrees from that. Okay, roll. Okay, RCS back on. And let's get the docking done. Okay, I didn't expect there to be docking force. Anyway, here we go. Alright, the extra fuel is attached. Fine controls off. Keep us from floating away now. And we're going over here to port 6. Target port 6. And how we're going to get over there. Yeah, let's thrust this way. And down. Like that. Oh, shit. Oh, baby. Oh, my goodness. Wow. This is crazy. Okay, we are ready for a rotation here. Switch to rotation mode. And let's rotate. We want to rotate this thing a little bit like this. in control of it. Okay. Alright, we're good on that. Alright, now let's roll it the other way. Can't quite tell which way we need to roll. Go to roll it. Like that. There we go. Dude, oh my goodness. Wow. $218 units of monopropellant left. Dude, crazy. Alright, kind of roll are we looking at here for the final position? Looks to be about 230 or something. I don't know. Okay, we're going to keep the roll out of the equation on this command that we're about to give it. We'll just control from here, make sure that's control from point, and we are selected the right docking port. Okay, so advanced, negative parallel, and square us up. Finish it off for us and just square us up, and then we'll get our roll on our own. Okay, we're docking mode roll. Yeah, take it out of roll, go to this flat thrust, and let's get it in position. Ready for docking here. Wow, this is crazy. 200 units of monopropellant left. We're at like 230 on the roll. Let's go ahead and funk with the roll a little bit. I would expect there to be, well, that may have been the thing on this first solar panel that we sent out here. I think we made just a flat out mistake on the docking port. We didn't roll it in the VAB, so it's not on there exactly flat. We don't get a perfect 90-degree that we can work with out of the computer. We gotta find it ourselves. Getting pretty close to it though. It's looking good. 225. That number just doesn't sound familiar though. 192 units of monopropellant left. 250. Okay, I think we're gonna go with 250 on the roll. So 250, go ahead and force us the roll to 250. Okay, it clearly does not have a clue what 250 means, because it was trying to flip us around. That's, okay, we're drifting past our point. Okay, Coming in a bit fast now. Slow us up. Okay. Alright, what's the deal with this roll? Yeah. 2-2. Oh, wait. I had it wrong. Should be 225, not 250. Alright. Will that work now? Okay, good. It's keeping us in position. We are ready for docking. The final maneuver. Roll is locked. X and Y are close enough. Let's bring it home. Dude, oh my goodness. Wow. This is actually working out a lot better than I thought it was going to. This extra thrusters on the outside really saved it. Without that, man, oh, this had been absolutely murder. Okay, we're on to fine controls. Okay, this does not have force acquired. Does not. Okay, good. We're going to stop it for just 1 second there. Switch over to this to make damn sure. Okay, that does not have force acquire. Okay, cool. We are go for docking. Hit it. And captured. Dude! Bruh. Bruh. Oh my goodness. Wow. Oh my God. There it is. Wow. Okay, we can go ahead and extend that external, that outside radiator. Oh my goodness. The iconic silhouette is so close. We've got one more of these suckers to build, to launch and put up here. Holy moly. Hell yeah. Dude. That's freaking dope. Yeah, how much of that fuel do we use up? About half of it, huh? Oh, a little less than half. Wow, that is really amazing. Super, super cool stuff. So is this the forwardmost module that we're gonna have to deal with? Because I was thinking, if we have to go any further, then the shuttle would no longer be able to actually park at PMA 2. But this, if this gets put back, when we put PMA 3 back on the forward port, I do believe we will be able to actually still dock. It's going to be like a tight trim. But if there was any other modules that go here and are planning to go forward, then there would be no longer any docking that way. We can still dock port or starboard with the payload bay facing either port or starboard. That's never going to be a problem, but forward is now getting used up now that we've got Destiny and Harmony. Harmony's the latest install. Pretty cool. And then the relocation of the Solarwing over to P6 was a success. That worked really, really well. Quite shocked at how well that went down. Wow. Yeah, it might just fit, or it might just not. It's really close. But we won't bother trying to put that on until after the shuttle leaves. Just to be certain that it will actually fit. One to go. One big Solarwing to go. Man, it looks amazing. Well, we've got a couple of returns to do here. First off, the first thing in my mind is, of course, the trash. Like, we are loaded down. We have got so much trash that we absolutely do need to do a Soyuz return. And then, of course, that would also mean a Soyuz launch, which we really need to get a couple of Soyuz launches. And then, of course, the shuttle return as well. I'm seeing the tiniest bit of movement on this. We normally, as a rule, try and keep away from having things that have robotic parts out in the world for too long. We launched this and kept it in space here, and then logged off, quit the game, came back, and da-da-da-da-da. And all of that, I can kind of start to see this docking port moving a little bit. So I would say we probably should return the shuttle first. I guess that'll completely finish out the STS-120 mission. I really want to get some Soyuz action going down though as well. So maybe that's what we'll do. We'll load up. We're gonna choose up our crew for who's gonna go back on the shuttle, and then we'll do a shuttle return. And then after that, we'll see if we can't. If we got enough time left over, we'll see if we can. We'll do a Soyuz launch and maybe a Soyuz return. Drackle Dragon. How's it going? Hello, hello?
G'day, cobber.
Okay, so that's what we're going to do. Who's going to be going back? Let's see. Pumpkin Seed has done a hell of a lot of work out here. She's kind of our star. I think it's about time that she pack up her bag and go home. She's done enough work on this station. Now, she was an engineer. Who else we got here? Garvin came up. Yeah, Brian Duffy just came up. So Garvin came up on the last shuttle. So he can go back on this one. So we'll transfer Garvin into the shuttle. That's our pilot. And as for scientists go... Just, okay... just killing time before going to work. Have you unlocked Docking Port Senior yet? Oh, we're way past unlocking stuff, dude. We're like light years beyond the tech tree. We are playing in career mode. That is true, but yeah, we unlocked the tech tree probably, I don't know, something like 4 or 5 years ago. So yes, to answer your question bluntly, these DACO seniors have been unlocked for a very, very long time. So that's a long save. Yeah, well, it's got a lot of stuff in it. Well, we've got a lot of hours into this save file. A lot of good stuff. 90 years worth of Kerbal history. Who else needs to go home here? Connie, yeah, we'll have to send Connie back. What kind of scientists we have? Purple, yeah, Purple needs to go back too because Purple's just a tourist. Just gotta come up for one little quick trip and then back down you go. So, Purple, you're in the Unity module. Go ahead and transfer Purple out of the Unity module and into the shuttle. And I think that's it. That's our crew for the shuttle. Pumpkin Seed, Garvin, Connie, and Purple are going to be going home on the shuttle. Everybody else gets to hang out. And after we get another Soyuz up here, then whoever's on board here can go home on this Soyuz. Will they ever make this multiplayer? Gosh, I hope not. They talked about it in the Kerbal Space Program 2 having multiplayer and whatnot, but that's so far down the road that... And it's a terrible idea. It's not how they should be spending their resources developing the game. Kerbal Space Program does not need multiplayer. What it does need is correcting the physics. And a lot of other things. Well, if you like the idea of having multiplayer, that's your thing. I like multiplayer games. I just don't think Kerbal Space Program is one that warrants having it. Just not in its current state. And with the Unity engine, that's another kind of gripe. See, we already know Kerbal Space Program 2 is going to be built in the Unity engine. So, like, I put forth this question to that, is like, we know that the physics in the Unity engine is flawed to the point of not being able to have, like, accurate physics. So what's the point of, like, using, like, I don't know. The whole Kerbal Space Program 2 discussion is... We'll just have to see. I don't want to get salty about it because I don't know what the hell they're doing. All I know is that all I know is where the teams are at, what they tell us they're going to put in, and so on and so on. And as a Kerbal player who has got thousands and thousands of hours into this game, I fear for the franchise. So. Well, we'll just have to see. I have no greater insight than anybody, I suppose, when it comes to it. Where they're, how it'll pan out. Who knows? Multiplayer might be badass and awesome, but I doubt it. I doubt they have the resources to make it badass and awesome. Anyway, back to where we are here in Kerbal Space Program and our International Space Station build. So to just kind of recap where what we've got done here, this is Sts-120. We've installed the new forward module here. This is the Harmony module docked onto the front of Destiny, and then we also moved the first solar panelage off of Z1 and put it over to P6. So this mission is already done, and we're good to go home. We've got a shuttle that's packed up with some dudes and ready to rock and roll. We'll go ahead and get an F5er right here, and we'll try to get into a re-entry here without killing these Kerbals. That would be fantastic. Two people might be good, if anything. Self-made missions and space races with friends, space engineers. See, here's the problem, like I said, is that there's lots of things that need to be done that are going to really require a lot of the resources that a development team has to put together, has resources to work on. So, like, adding something that isn't core to the game's the game itself, such as accurate physics, and things of that nature, that money isn't, you're no longer going to get really fine-tuned physics and such that are important, because they had to spend all of their time in research and development to figure out how to get a multiplayer game to work. You know what I mean? Like, it's something that should not be a thing at this stage in the development of Kerbal Space Program. They should get the hardcore stuff nailed down and then figure out way down the line how to make it cool in multiplayer, or leave that to the modding community. That's also another option as well. There is multiplayer in Kerbal Space Program right now. You can download a mod that you can play multiplayer on Kerbal Space Program, or you can do a sort of file share thing that, like, say the save file gets overwritten by, and anybody can access a save file over the internet, that kind of thing. And there you go. You've got yourself like a kind of a multiplayer that's sort of you don't need anything for that. Like, you can do that right now. So anyway, that's my thoughts on multiplayer and Kerbal Space Program 2 and whatnot. Keep getting dragged away to that conversation, but we'll see. We'll see how it pans out. Could be cool. Anyway, we're ready for this return. I figure might as well do a return. Where are we in the phases? Oh, it's a bad time to do this. Let's go ahead and time accelerate to phase 0. Yeah, they haven't the slightest idea. This dev team has the slightest idea how to make a multiplayer game. They've never done it. They don't have the slightest idea of what they're doing. And it just doesn't warrant it. You know? Like, making a multiplayer game is 1,000 times more difficult than making a single player game. And the single player game, is already broken, in my opinion. See, that's my concern. It's irretrievably broken. It's foobar. How can they possibly think of going further until they could fix the foobar? But we'll see. It is something I will buy. I mean, I am a Kerbal Space Program player. That's really all there is to it. So when they do come out with it, regardless of whatever the hell state it's in and what features they plan to put in it and so on, I will have it. I will play it. I will have it on day one. I will have it before day one if possible. I don't find that to be very likely, but yeah, absolutely. And if it sucks, then whatever, we'll come back to Kerbal Space Program, right? So that's really the bottom line. Yeah, we will always have Casablanca. So, there's that. Nice station. Well, thank you. We're getting there. We're getting there. I will say this is a positive side in the discussion of Kerbal Space Program 2, is like, I really don't have a lot of positive things to say, obviously, about Kerbal Space Program 2. But here's what I will say positive about Kerbal Space Program 2, and that I am hyped about recreating all of the stuff that we have already done, such as the International Space Station. Doing this all over again from scratch, dude, I totally want to do that. All of our colonies on the moon, our Falcon 9s or Dragons. You know, we got the colony on Minmus, we've got the colony on Duna, we've got Starship, all that stuff. I can't wait for the opportunity to do that again in a whole new modeling system. And, you know, like I said, if the system sucks, then we can always come back. But I am still very hyped. If I have any hype for Kerbal Space Program 2, there it is. There it is, definitely. That'll be awesome. Our Minmus colony, oh my goodness. Dude. That'll be insane. Alright, anyway, we are currently at phase 1, or close enough to it. There it is. Yeah, we're at phase 1 now. Let's go ahead and we're go for undocking and undocking in our departure burn. So let's go ahead and do that. Let's get the smart ASS up here real quick, and just in case it wants to try and pull any crap, we're ready to catch it. Alright, we are go for undocking. Hit it. Alright, shuttle discovery is away. SAS to SAS. Control from the docking port. Okay, RCS on, docking mode on. Thrusting aft. Now here's another thing that kind of happens. We need to refresh. If we want to have our Kerbals chattering, then we need to get a Kerbal out. And then get them back on board. Now our chatter will work again. Okay, so while this thing floats, we just want to make sure the tail is not going to hit the station. Let's see, which way is that? Yes. Okay, so we'll push back like this just a little bit. RCS off. And SAS to SAS, we are ready for control point change. We'll control from the... Actually, need to control from the ohms computer, which is 7. So there we go. We are on the ohms computer. You know what? Yeah. The ohms computer should be on track. Well, no, that's right, because we've got... Now the payload is empty, so our weight has changed. We're going to use RCS for the initial departure burn, just because I'm not still 100% sold on our new orbital maneuvering system main engine cluster. So instead we're just going to thrust away square. Anyway, while we're floating away here, we can go ahead and unlock this tunnel and retract the tunnel. All finished with that. Okay. It's quiet. Too quiet. Any clue if they will have further expansion beyond the current Kerbal solar system? I have no idea. No idea. I do know this, that once the modding community gets a hold of it, if there isn't, then there will be. Yeah, it won't take people like LGG and, you know, the rest of the modding community to get motivated and to come out with extra planets and extra mechanics and extra parts and all that other stuff. You name it. That Canadarm needs to be working for docking the Dragon. It was berthed to the station. Yeah, the Canadarm... getting into this about the Canadarm. Take a look at our Canadarm here. Is literally nothing more than a cosmetic stand-in. This is just pieces that they don't move. and nor do they grab or anything. It's just it's totally a cosmetic stand-in. And the reason being is that the robotic parts, they're flawed in the Kerbal Space Program physics. They will eventually drift from. So say I bolt a hinge right here. Just in loading the game and coming back and forth from this, what will happen is the hinge will move randomly. It will possibly clip into the structure. It could float out here, but the point is it will move. This is a fact. They are glitched. They're actually fundamentally glitched. It will not stay put no matter what. So anything in our world that stays in the Kerbal physics indefinitely, we cannot have any robotic parts on it. So that's why we don't have a working Canadarm. I would have loved to have done it. When we were building this, we have a big old rant of how we were crying that we couldn't do it because we would love to have all of that. And then of course the Canadarm is really cool because it crawls like an inchworm all around the station. You can get anywhere with that thing, and that alone is super cool. That would have been really awesome to do, but you can't do it if you want longevity in your save. So yeah, the only Canadarm that we can have is on the shuttle because the shuttle comes and goes quickly. We do its job, it comes home, it lands, it gets de-rendered, and then we re-render it, and so we can rely on that. Alright, things are looking good right here. Let's go ahead and put this thing on the retrograde marker and prepare for a little departure burn. In fact, we can go ahead and get a RCS departure burn right here. Turn the RCS on and yeah, get just a little bit of burn. Get past it. That ought to be more than enough. Is it the infernal robotics that caused it? No. Robotics got put into the game. Actually, the developers put it into the game itself. So it's actually stock parts. All of our robotic parts are stock parts, and they're broken. They're fundamentally broken. The math in the physics is flawed. I can't be any clearer than that. I mean, flying brick time. Yeah, our shuttle actually does pretty good when it comes to lift. Doesn't really feel like a flying brick. Flies pretty well. And I put that down to our canards, or the wing shrikes as they are. Most people, when they do their shuttles, they have the single wing shrike, and it comes back like the end of the wing shrike, like you can see the tip here, usually comes back to where it stops somewhere along the payload bay. And the real life shuttle isn't like that. The real life shuttle, the wing shrikes go much further. In fact, on ours, we tried to put them as far forward as we could, but we weren't going to put like a fourth. Like you can see, we have 3 wing shrikes, one on top of each other, in order to like extend the length of this shrike, without getting too much like a serrated effect. And even so, this should be further. Like the wing shrike should not end until like way up here on the shuttle. Like it goes way far forward. And so because of that, because we have actually taken and got much more wing shrike than most people have, we get a lot more forward lift. Like it's really good. We can glide with this thing in really well. I mean, it still drops like a stone, don't get me wrong. It is a flying brick, but we get a lot more. It's much easier to control. Like the stall doesn't happen as hard. like, you can save yourself from a pretty nasty stall sometimes. Anyway, we're past the station now. We can go ahead and get ourselves a legit bona fide departure burn. So let's go ahead and do that now. Actually, let's put it over onto the ohms controller as well. Excuse me. Okay. We're on the ohms controller and we're ready for departure burn. Hit it. Alright, there we go. Departure burn complete. Very cool. Very cool stuff. I apologize. We are dropping frames pretty hard. I knew I should have. When we were sitting there watching, like, we were doing the mission debrief from last stream's mission, and I was thinking then we should have refreshed our IP address. So this is probably our fault why we're dropping frames here. This is not. I can't blame Twitch. So I apologize, guys, for the frame drops. No Kerbals were crushed in the making of this reentry, hopefully. Well, Sts-120 was Harmony. The space shuttle only had 15 missions after Harmony. Yeah, we're getting close to having a completed, up-to-date. I think we're, right now we did August. We're at August 2007, I believe, circa 2007. All right, so we can go ahead and start getting into our reentry pattern here. First off, what we want to do is get ourselves down into a reentry corridor of 311404. So in order to do that, we'll bring our periapsis. Get our periapsis change down to 80 kilometers. Go ahead and plot that. And take a look at where we're. Center of the planet as well. Okay. And that looks just fine to me. That'll be the next orbit. So Go ahead and turn to that node and prepare for re-entry corridor burn A. And I thought, I don't know why the chatter is not happening. We may just, as soon as we get out of range of this, maybe the chatter will come back on. Anyway. Your go for re-entry corridor burn A. And we wave goodbye to the International Space Station. There's the stutter, and off we go. Looks like the ohms is thrusting pretty flat. We can go ahead and pin the controller just because if it starts to try and do anything weird on us, we can. We're at 53.4 right now. Will you do the actual last flight of the space shuttle, or will you just do the last space station module that it pushed? Well, I'll do it all. I mean, why wouldn't I? Why not? You know? Okay, so there's corridor A. And now we can go ahead and plot corridor B. Should be something like that. And looks good. All right, go ahead and hit me. Do that burn. And then we can clean up this orbit and get ready to find our position at phase for the re-entry pattern. Are you going to build a robot to go to Mars? Have them forget to plug in the wires in the right place? If a mission is cool enough, then we'll do it. Basically, like launching Kessler Roadsters into orbit, launching Kessler Roadsters to Mars. And yes, I am saying Kessler as in like K. That's our. That's our company. That's our Kerbal company. I thought it was kind of funny that it wasn't long ago. I think, yeah, I don't know what build it was that they added to the game, but they put in the Rosetta mission, which was actually ultimately a failure. But they put it into the game so that you could recreate it anyway. I'm not gonna lie, that mission was really cool. And they were close. Like, it all worked. They just landed in a spot that was no good. And then they also bounced, too. But yeah, that mission was actually ultimately a failure, and it's in the game to play. But then again, you know, Apollo 13 was a failure. We did Apollo 13 on the 50th anniversary, in fact. That was awesome. That was way fun doing that. So sometimes failures can be just as fun as a successful mission. Like recreating the vessel to get it to explode in the right spot, and then flying with the thrusting coming out and everything. That was dope. Alright, so we're in our corridor now. We need to clean it up. And to that end, we need to... see here, we're looking for orbital information. Okay. We need to change our orbital period from 31. It needs to be down to 31-1404. So, we're on the prograde marker. That works for me. Go ahead and bring up RCS docking mode and fine controls. And we need to shave off almost 2 full seconds. So let's get a little retro thrust here. You can see our orbital time is going down as we thrust this. I can't hover the cursor over the window and thrust. It's kind of a goofy thing, but anyway, we need to get this down to... whoops, oh, I passed it. There we go. 31-14-04. Here we are, 05, 1/1000th to go. There. Oh, we passed it. Come on, bring it back. There we go. 31-14-04. RCS off. And now we can go ahead and we need to wait until phase. So we want to flatten out our orbit. As you can see, we're at a 52-degree inclination as the real International Space Station and all of that. But what we want to do is we want to flatten our orbit like this, so that we kind of take that degrees out of the equation. So it's not important for this equation. And what we do is we get ourselves some protractors. Bam. Alright, we bring this planet right on top of that protractor like that. Now we have this little reticle that's down here, and as soon as the Kerbal Space Program, which is actually on the other side of the planet from where we're facing, as soon as it travels into this reticle, we need to find out where we are on the wheel. So we'll go ahead and get a little time acceleration here. Yeah, we're pretty close right there, I would say. Back just a bit. Alright, so... what are we looking at? 260, 2643. Yeah, I think we'll call it 260. Alright, so... 60. Alright, now I had to put our equation just like exclamation mark equation or something like that. Take it out of the flight plan because this is, you have to scroll all the way to the bottom. So anyway, what I'm doing here is I'm pulling up our flight plan to get our return equation. And it's at the very bottom. If you guys want to follow along with us here, you can scroll to that Google document. Scroll to the very bottom, past all of our flight plans for all of our other vehicles, and come on down to the 4-phase re-entry pattern. In fact, you know what? Here's what I can do. If I highlight this, or if I make it bold, now it'll actually show up and we can just jump straight to it, right? There you go. Alright, so phase, we're at phase 0. P is 260, which is greater than. Oh, damn. Damn. Yeah, I already know since it's greater that this is going to be a big burn here. We'll calculate it anyway, but I don't know that I want to take this route. Yeah, let's go ahead and do it anyway. And we're talking 260, 238, so 260 minus 238, 22 plus 360, 380. 380. Okay, times time 5.20555 divided by 5 orbit possibility. 5 orbits and add it to our current time of 1874 equals y. And then we turn that into time. Divide that by 60. 37 minutes. So that gives us 37 minutes. 0.8675. 8675 is 52 seconds. 52.05 seconds. So our new orbital, 5. So our new orbital time needs to be 37 minutes, 52.05 seconds in order to get on course, which is 37. Man, that's way out there, isn't it? Super. In fact, it's like, man, that sucks. We stay there for 5 orbits. How much is that going to cost us? 300. What's our current Delta V status? Yeah, I'm not liking this. I think we may be better off just going ahead and doing it old school. Can we get a 6th orbit out of that? That'll really help a lot if we could. We're going to recalculate for 6 orbits. I'm going to do this one more time for 6 orbits. Now we're talking 260, 238, 22 plus 360, 382 times time 5.20555 divided by 6 orbits. Okay, and add time. Divide that by time. 36 minutes. What? Currently, yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so 36. So 36 minutes. 7570 is 45 seconds. 45.42. Okay, so with 6 orbits, our new orbital time would need to be 36 minutes, 45.42 seconds, which is going to cost 36 minutes, 45 seconds. So about like that. So we're talking 228.6 meters a second. That's what's going to cost us in order to do this maneuver. 228 meters. 228 meters. And we currently have, let's see, our Delta V status. Okay. Say that would be another 100. Worst case scenario, like another 100. So yeah, that's good. We should be able to do this. I'm cool with this. I like it. Let's do it. It's a great plan. I'm excited to be a part of it. Let's do it. All right, so we need to. Yeah, we need to burn this. Let's go ahead and execute this node. And then we stay in this. We'll clean it up after we burn here. But then we need to stay in this orbit for 6 orbits and then come out of it. It's a bit pricey maneuver. Where are you aiming to land? Well, on the runway. Why, on the runway, of course. Okay. Now put us on the prograde, force to 0, and we need to change this orbital time to 3640, what? 3645.42. So the normal controls that the game actually gives you are, I mean, it's pretty lackluster, right? You can see down here on my cursor, 36:44 seconds. So you don't get into the hundredths or even the thousandths. And that's kind of important to have. So, fortunately, this orbital information here does go into the thousandth. So, our orbital period 36:45. We need to go one more. See, look how far off. Well, actually, this would have told us that 1 second, but anyway. RCS on, docking mode on, and we want to thrust to get 45.42 seconds. 0.4. There we go. 36:45.42. Now, RCS off, fine controls off. We want to stay in this orbit for 6 orbits. And keep an eye on that electric charge. We might have to kick on the... if we fouled this up, we might have to kick on the fuel cells. Okay, so that's one orbit. 2 orbits. Three orbits. Four orbits. Boy, we're close. I can see we would be plotting right here. So we're really cutting it close. All right. In the next orbit, we need to bring this back. We need to bring this out. So retrograde to bring this back into our 341404. Or 31, yeah, 311404. 31. Okay, make sure we're not dipping. All right, looks good. 3114, that works for me. And we get one last orbit before this happens. And then we got to get into our re-entry super duper quick, because we should be on like one orbit away. Roll back. There you go. Like that. There you go. All right. And we're at 2,900 units of electric charge now. And we are coming to our final 4-phase re-entry corridor burn. Are you using the cargo bay doors with some sort of wings? No. The real one, actually, the radiators are actually fastened to the outside. To the doors are open during flight because of the radiators. So what we're doing here is actually what they really do, or really did, rather. There's our re-entry burn. Ah, damn, it's gonna cost us. Yep. Damn. Okay, so we made a mistake somehow, some way. Whenever, yeah, going greater than in our equation is almost always been a problem for us. It only ever seems to work when we do it the other way. It's not that absolutely far off, though. But I mean, like, also, we went 6 orbits, which is dangerous as hell. Like, we should have gone with 5. But then it would have cost just so much more. Delta V. Oh, wrong way, Jack. It's got to be going. We're going underneath, so we need to pull it back this way. Okay, keep it coming. That looks pretty decent. Let's take a look at this. All right, that track looks pretty good. Okay, we need flags up now, and that apoaps is going to be at 83. So we'll be off by 3 kilometers. We might be able to get a thrust quickly after the fact, but we need this one right now. So go ahead and turn to this this correction burn. This is our only chance to get this. We're actually gonna need more than that. Remove all of the nodes for a second. That's right. Burn it down. Yeah, we need more than 80 down there. There. 100. Try 100. Take a look at that. What the? We almost had it before. Damn. Way expensive. Way pricey. Is that gonna get us what we need, though? Yes, it will. That's okay. That's really good. I like. Hit me. Execute that node. I'm concerned about this 5 kilometer difference in our pattern. Yeah. It's actually traveling that way. A radial might get us what we need. Ooh. Yeah. Okay, remove all the nodes now. And we need to be right there, actually. SAS right there. Stop. Okay, RCS on, docking mode on. Shit, it's right behind us, though. Dude. There. Close enough now. Okay. Now, re-entry burn. Okay, we're going the 80-40 run. And periapsis of 40. Like... Oop, passed it. God. Damn it. Okay, close enough. All right, now to get to time, this needs to be on like right about there. Last time we came in about a little bit too fast. So about right there. All right, there it is. Re-entry burn is plotted. RCS off. SAS turn us to the node. Delta V status, we are pretty much, we're done with that. We don't need that anymore. Orbital information, we're done with that. We don't need that anymore. Smart SAS, that will come into play here soon. And the ohms computer, we're done with that as well. Okay, here it is, guys. All of our work, all of the crunching numbers and so on and so on. It all comes down to this. Initiate landing pole.
Okay, all flight controllers, gonna go for landing. Retro. Go. Fido. Go. Guidance. Go. Control. Go. Telcom. Go. GNC. Go. Ecom. Go. Surgeon. Go. Capcom, we're go for landing.
Houston, you're a go for landing, over. Roger, understand. Go for landing.
Hit it. And we might be coming in just a little bit fast, but we'll play it by ear. Okay. All the maneuvers are done. We need to now get ready for re-entry. So, first off, dump the fuel. All right, we're down to our static weight. Now we want to engage the fuel. Uncork the engines. Our electric charge should be fine. I mean, we have 1900. We'll get in before that runs out. So we should be good on that front. All right, one last thing we want to make sure. We'll go through our checklist to be absolutely certain everything's cool. So, Dump fuel, engage fuel on Cork engines. Okay, right. We go ahead and change our orbital reference point to orbital horizon. Forward. Roll to 0. Go ahead and execute that. We want to change over to the re-entry computer now. Okay, there's the re-entry computer. And we want to take this thing to a starting position at 37.5 degrees. Go ahead and turn us to a pitch angle of 37.5. Okay, this is okay, 37.5. That's it. All right, we are go to close the payload bay doors. Okay, take this off of keyed entry, and we are ready for re-entry. Down we go. That's interesting. It's not letting me click that. I wonder why. Huh, that's a first. It's not letting me click that. Well, I can use the punctuation keys to get there, so screw you. Alright, we're at the Kármán line, and RCS on. Huh. It's utterly stopping us. That's so weird. I don't know. It feels like there's a window on top of it. That's what it feels like. Maybe MechJeb is broken somehow in it. Okay, we're approaching the channel now. This is yep, starting to slow down, or our acceleration is not. We're not accelerating as fast. We should be starting to slow down here pretty soon. And stop ticking up. Stop ticking up. We're going to go ahead and get into, as I feel we're going to be going just a tad bit fast. Let's get into this angle right up front. In fact, go ahead and, we've been timid on some of these, a lot of these angles. We're going to get into this. 48 degrees. Hit me. Alright, we started to slow down. And we are coming over the channel now. What's Elon Musk's name in the Kerbal world? Actually, Elon Musk. We got Elon, our Kerbal Elon. We didn't just go and name him. Actually, the RNG of names actually awarded us Elon as a person to rescue from an orbit, from a stranded orbit. So in our world, Elon is just Elon because the game happened to just hook us up and give us an Elon legit. Otherwise, I probably would have done something like that. Put a K on the front of his name or something. All right. Looking at the speed now, we're looking at 2260. Yeah, we're about 50 meters. All right, yeah. This angle should not be bad. Steady as she goes on this angle. I'm liking the way that it's dishing this speed and how much we should have. 30. Okay. Well, let's get into this angle a bit. Alright, we're at 2200. Okay, go ahead and pull out of this angle a bit. Bring it on down to the 40 range. We're at 2190 speed, and we have crossed the bay. It's the last leg of our journey here, right over top of these, right over top of the horizon there will be the target. $21.50. 40. 42, 2100. We're at 42 degrees angle. Target is in sight. Turn 3 degrees to the right. Starboard roll 3 degrees. 7 degrees. Okay, we're at 2 kilometers. Go ahead and get some more pitch angle. Get us up past 50. Okay, we're at 2 kilometers. Alright, we're under 2 kilometers. Bring it out now. Bring back down to almost 30 range. 1900. Get some more starboard turn. 9 degrees. Okay, we're at 1800. This is looking really good. Okay, trim it a little bit. Okay, trim it. Okay, we trimmed it way too far that last bit. We need to put the brakes on now. Jack, you trimmed it too far. Alright, bring it out. And we are ready for main computer override. Hit it. Alright. We are go for the S-turn. How do we want to do this? We got only 1900 meters a second. We're going to do the S-turn before. I just don't feel we have enough distance and height, altitude, speed, all of that in order to go past it and get a S-turn on the other side. We're going to do it right here. Okay, I may have pushed that a little too far. Can we get enough lift to make this happen? Please, baby. Okay, I'm feeling good. Feeling good now. There's the heart stopper. Okay, we're coming a little bit sideways, but that's okay. We'll be fine. GG. And that is how that is done. Very nice. Our ladder is still an OSHA safety concern. One of these days we'll fix that. Oh. Okay, she's got a lawsuit. She's gonna be a millionaire. And there it is. There's the crew of Sts-120 and the shuttle, Space Shuttle Endeavour. Or wait, no, this is Discovery. Excuse me. Very, very good stuff. So, we want to switch over to our Astro van now. And go and pick up our Kerbals. Yeah, it's really nice seeing that shuttle over there. It's a thing of beauty. Yeah, we're starting to get quite good on our shuttle re-entries. This is 3 in a row. Our 3rd in a row. Hey Skeeter, how's it going, man? How am I doing? Well, I think right here sums it all up. Now there's a live mode indicator in the bottom right-hand corner. There's a shuttle safely parked on the runway. 4 astronauts debarked from it or disembarked from it, and Gunter's van over here to pick them up. I'd say we're doing damn good. Damn good. Hell yeah. And purple. Good stuff. Good stuff. Not an option. Yeah, I think we got scared and took those commands out. Sorry. Was worried about DMCA. I expect eventually that is going to become a thing, though. Like, even the movie industry is going to do just what the music industry did, and they'll take like every second of audio in their library and say and put it up there to be scrubbed. And if you're using, and then it'll just murder memes. Anybody even using a meme at all will be subject to copyright infringement. So we've nipped it in the bud. I know. Anyway, I'm gonna get myself an eggnog. So don't go anywhere, guys. I will be right back. Is that rum included? You know what? I don't know. I tried putting rum in my eggnog, and I hated it. It was like, just destroyed my eggnog experience. I absolutely hated it. I love rum. I like rum. I like drinking, and I like eggnog, but eggnog and rum, in my world, does not work. Veto. We put the veto on the rum in our eggnog. Ruins it. All right. Anyway, we've got our Kerbals now in Gunter's van. We can go ahead and take them back over to the astronaut complex, and then we will recover. The recovery crews will come and take the shuttle away to a museum or something like that. I don't know. That would be kind of cool to actually get a, maybe that's what we'll do when it comes to, like, the last flight. If somebody was asking about it, are we going to actually do the final flight and not just the ones that we're carrying modules, whatever. That's the kind of thing that would work really good for the final flight, that we actually take the final shuttle and put it in the museum, so to speak. Ford 6, thank you for that follow, bro. Much appreciated. Make Mega Space Base. Well, I can do that. In fact, we have plenty of them. You want to see one? After we're done with this mission, we'll go on a tour. I don't think there are many people here in the stream today who quite realize exactly what thousands of hours into this game can get you. Or realize what I mean when I say that I've played thousands of hours in Kerbal Space Program. So I'll show you guys some of our crowning achievements. There they are. We've got our Kerbals home. That is pretty awesome. Very cool stuff. Alright. We can go ahead and recover this vessel now. Love the bus. Well, thank you. Yeah, it's all of our live launches. We actually drive our astronauts to the launch pad from the runway, and then after we, as you guys just saw, after we land, if we land and everything works out right, we will go and pick them up and drive them back to the astronaut complex. That's how we do things when we're in live mode here. That extra little bit of immersion makes all the difference, in my opinion. All right, let's go ahead and recover our shuttle. And that puts that mission at an end. Very, very cool. So yeah, we were going to take a quick tour of our facilities, our awe-inspiring facilities that we currently have in our playthrough. Sky Command, Merry Christmas. Well, thank you. Merry Christmas to you.
Audacity. An attack in my own temple.
Hitting us up.
Goodness.
Hitting us up with a rate of 5. Hey. Thank you very much. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Thank you very much for the follow. Thank you very much for the host. You are awesome, my friend. And you came at a great time because we were just about to do a tour of our facilities. We'll start with Kerbin. So we've got a couple facilities here. Hopefully we don't see much exploding as we go on this tour. But, you know, if things explode, then that's just comes with the goes with the territory. So this game's physics are not perfect. But we do what we can to have fun with it. Anyway, we're gonna, on our first stop on our tour, we're gonna go west from Kerbal Space Center and go over to our first airport. This is Jebediah's Junkyard Airport. out here across the channel, over in the desert. It's a great place to land things, and it's a great place to set up shop if you're planning on flying things that require you to refuel your airplanes and then fly further, which is also one of the staples of our playthrough as well. So right out here we have a couple of cool things. Again, I said about the explosions, we have some Kraken-y stuff here and there, but for the most part, it's pretty solid. So out here we've got our facilities, actually manufacture fuel and whatnot. Pretty cut and dried, but it's getting all this stuff out here, and it set up quite a bit of a chore. Crane over here, got this VTOL freight carrier. And if we scroll out far enough, we should be able to find... Ooh, there it is. There's a starship. Somebody launched one of these in real life. What an idiot. They crashed it in the ground and it exploded just the other day. I don't know if anybody saw it. That was awesome, though. I gotta be honest. That was pretty cool. Seeing starship fly. But here's one of our starships. Landed out here just for posterity. And a broken freight carrier. Okay, so there's one step, one colonization bit. And believe me, guys, it gets way more grandiose. So, anyway, there's Jebediah's junkyard. The next stop is over here, the Mercury Theater Airport. Not a whole hell of a lot of a different gig than what we got going on over here. Just further out, so that we can fly, run out of fuel, you know, land, pick up fuel, fly further, land, fly further. And we have yet to actually get a full around the world flight, but it's coming. I think we need about 2 more airports and we might be able to get a full around the world flight. But these airports are really, it takes a lot of patience to build these airports because of the gravity on the planet. The Kraken is quite, it's got a lot of leverage. There it is. The Mercury Theater Airport facilities. Again, it's just more or less a place where that can manufacture fuel and slides. See, this is another Kerbal Space Program physics issue that we have dealt with on all of our colonization projects. It's really annoying. It's really stupid and it's really annoying, but whatever. Like I said, what do you do? Anyway, there's our second colonization on our tour here, and you can see our flags out here. So about as far as we have gotten west over here, where Howard Hughes Kerman crashed. So that's Kerbin. Let's go ahead and scroll on out and go take a look at what we've got over here on the moon. Didn't do a whole hell of a lot with the moon because it's just not as good as Minmus in terms of like leapfrogging. So we did though build a... We do have a colony out here though. I believe Deke is actually the only Kerbal we have currently out here. I think it's Dekesville. Nope, this is not Dekesville. This is the wrong one. There was actually a Kerbal there. Is this Dekesville? Yeah, okay, here we are. Is that Dekesville? Yeah. those of you who are fans of the history of spaceflight will know the reference to Deke. It's not actually his real name. His real name is Slayton. His first name, Christ, I can't remember. Deke Slayton, but Deke is not actually his real name. It's, anyway, here's our colony facilities, actual real colony facilities out here. Pretty cool little colony right there. Now let's start talking big colonies. We're not going to go to Minmus quite yet. We're going to come back to Minmus, as that is without a doubt our largest colony. In fact, it's a super city. Is without a doubt, it is in fact a city. But before we get over there, let's go to some of our a little larger than this outpost, but yet not as grandiose as Minmus. We want to come back to that. All right, so here's our colony on Duna, and we actually colonized this with Starship, the SpaceX Starship. So just like what Elon Musk is trying to do here with his Starship pod that he's building, and what'll come next is the Falcon Super Heavy booster. We built all of that, and here we are. So here's one of our earlier colonies. There's the Starship right there, Starship crude variant. And a couple other vehicles out here. Refinery for manufacturing fuel and energy, and there's a lot of Kerbals out here. There are a lot of Kerbals out here. A couple Kerbals over here, got some Kerbals over here. This thing is like level full of Kerbals. You just got Kerbals for days, Kerbals. Yeah, it's one of our first colonies. Well, our first attempts to make colonies. You can see we've got the one-off houses or whatever. We stopped doing that because they slide. It was before we started to realize the sliding buildings thing that happens. Anyway, there's our colony on Duna. Let's go ahead and roam out to in order to do anything on Duna, it's smart to go to Ike first, because Ike is a great place to make a base. Very low gravity, very, very close to Duna, and you can make a base here and manufacture fuel, and then once you have something here, then making a base to manufacture fuel on Duna is a cakewalk. So here's our kind of gateway to Duna. Our Ike facilities. And most of these colonies that we're looking at now required us to send a colonization fleet. It wasn't just one ship. It was generally a fleet of somewhere between 5 and 9 ships. And some of these I think like Dune or whatever, Duna we colonized with kind of a fleet, and Eve we colonized with a fleet, and Dres was a big one for us, actually. Like, very few people go to Dres, but our colonizing of Dres was really pretty awesome. We had a fleet of 9 vessels, including the Starship Enterprise, which helped to colonize Dres. That was pretty awesome. Anyway, here's our colony on Ike. Again, it's got the one-off buildings over here, and refinery unit and greenhouse unit and so on. It's the guy who shot Lee Harvey Oswald. Jack Ruby. A lot of Kerbals out here. A lot of history on this outpost. In fact, this is probably the second most busy Kerbal hub in our playthrough. We go here because it's the best. It's a great place to leapfrog, right? You can fly out to here, refuel up at this facility, and then fly on out to wherever else. It's always a great idea to rendezvous around Ike on the way out further. So this is a fantastic place to refuel. Salute. How do you do massive launches? Mech Jeb ? I only use Mech Jeb is just a tool, man. If you don't know how to play the game, you're not gonna be able to play the game. We do use Mech Jeb, but most of the time we only use Mech Jeb for very, very specific, like, computer tasks. Yeah. Point in case, when we get around to it, when I show you guys Minneapolis, which is our main city on Minmus, I might cue up the clip of us launching that facility, the first of that facility. That'll probably blow your minds. Not the kind of thing that I also got to be honest. I was gonna say that a lot of our launches are at a scale that you can't rely on Mech Jeb to do them for you. In fact, a lot of the stuff that we do is there's very little that we can use Mech Jeb in order to do. But it does help to take the bricks out of the briefcase, you know. Circularizing orbits, you know, popping in a Periapsis down to 80. Little simple key things like that. That's what Mech Jeb does good. But you can't really rely on Mech Jeb to do much else than that, to be honest. Anyway, there's our facilities on Duna. We're going to go inward a little bit now. Going on over to... This place is very, very hard to deal with. This is Eve. It's got more gravity than any celestial body in the game, and it's just, oh boy, it's hard colonizing this. Getting in the atmosphere with Kerbals was so oh my god, like one of these most stressful things that we've ever done in Kerbal Space Program. Is that an older version of Starship? Yeah, well, the one we were looking at was a Starship. See, Starship wasn't anywhere near a functional stage or even a functional... They had no idea what kind of cluster of engines they were going to use on it at the time we were building it. And so there was a couple of different ideas. In fact, the one we ended up using was the Starship that has 3 wings on the back as opposed to just the 2. And I'm still of the opinion that by the time Starship becomes a real deal and they are actually like launching to space and whatnot, I'll bet they do in fact go with a 3rd wing. It just makes sense to do it. I mean, you get so much more value. Anyway, here's our... Now this one was as complex, as simplified, complex I mean, we try and not colonize with one do-it-all rig because it's just stupid. Like, that's not how a real colonization is going to actually happen. But this is our one exception because it is so difficult to get things to not kraken on the surface and then getting through the atmosphere safely and all of that. It's extremely difficult to do all of that here on Eve. And so, in the interest of just getting it done, we went ahead and resorted to this outfit, which was a really complicated descent vehicle and habitation module. Yeah, that's more or less our colony of Kerbals. There's, in fact, got a whole outfit of dudes in here doing work and living and so on and so on. But not a whole hell of a lot done out here because it's really difficult. It's really, really difficult stuff. But we did it. Did it to just say we could do it. Because the other planets are far more interesting, if you ask me. So anyway, there's our little bitty condensed colony on Eve, a get it done colony. And now let's go ahead and go on. This is as far out as we have actually been colonizing wise. We have been to Jewel, but we haven't been any that's not true. We have been to this thing, but not in this playthrough. This is as far as we've been in this playthrough. 90 years of Kerbal Space Program. This is as far as we have been. This is our latest, greatest colony, Olivia City, named after the Kerbal who died here. Setting it up, poor Olivia Kerbal. Her helmet melted against a radiator and exposed her to the vacuum of space, and she died. Fortunately, there are still people out here. She wasn't alone. We've had some pretty good EVAs out here. It's a fun little planet. And you can see there doing that little bitty kind of kraken physics sleazing, as we call it. It's supposed to be the physics easing system. Anyway, kind of jostled our stuff around a little bit. We got a couple Kerbals out here. Got this Kerbal over here is taking these. These things are fun. I love these little rovers are sweet. They're actually VTOL rovers. Got a little engine on there, and you can fly these things in a VTOL mode and float them around. They're really cool. Really, really good rover system. And then, of course, the colony base itself. This is our latest, greatest colony setup. It's really fantastic because we got four greenhouses on this sucker. 2 ISUs. Is that right? ISRU. 2 ISRU. That manufactures fuel and whatnot. Pretty good little solar panelage setup and whatever. It's lots of housing. Lots of workspace. It's a great colony. It's just all around a great colony. But you got to be careful, as we've got these decks right up here. As you can see, this little deck with a chair. This is what killed Olivia. Olivia was sitting in this chair, and this radiator, it swings when to keep out of the sun, so that it can reduce the surface area relative to the sun. And it rotated around and got too close to her helmet, and her helmet melted. So that's how Olivia died. It's a shame. But we named the city after her. So that's as far out as we have been. Now let's go back in and talk about some big stuff. You guys want to talk endgame Kerbal Space Program? Let's talk endgame. Let's talk endgame. You guys want to talk endgame? Okay, so we got two cities here. We've got Minneapolis, which is composed of two districts that, for part count reasons, the northern district, North Los Minmis, this is the shady part of town. It's 2 kilometers away from the hub of the Minneapolis itself, so that because that's the you need to be 2.3 kilometers away to be out of render distance. So we could split the city into 2 parts effectively for part count reasons. But we'll come back to Minneapolis in a minute. We've got our microgravity resort. Right here is a plateau. It's hard to see, but this right here is a really big plateau. And underneath it, this here, of course, is like a frozen lake. You know, and it's flat, and this is perfectly flat. And we made a 2-part resort that Kerbals can fly out here and go microgravity skiing. You start up at the top, ski down the mountain to the base, and then take a small rocket-powered vehicle which will fly you back up to the summit, and that is the lift system. So yeah, we got another one of these same rig here, and these super fantastic little VTOL rovers. You can see there's the little VTOL engine and whatnot, and you just put this thing in VTOL, hold radial out, and then put it in docking mode, and you can fly around. I mean, it's so utterly safe. A child could fly it. So yeah, and then off the cliff, you can go skiing, microgravity skiing on down to the base down there, which is one of our very, 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 very first colonies we've ever made. Right down here. Site B is actually the name of the place. Who was responsible for her death? For Olivia's death? Well, the agency. The agency copped responsibility. Don't worry, her family are very well looked after. Okay, and so here's one of the very, very, very first outposts that we ever made. And you can see all of the hoses running out to these points. And that's all of the different landing zones for different craft that can come and land here and refuel at these different hoses. We can have at times had every single one of these things fueling up some craft. Yeah, Cadillac over here. Standard colonization equipment here. This kind of goes with the colony. It's a way to get up and down from orbit quickly, easily, refuel, you know, all that good stuff. It's a good little kind of hybrid system. Got nuclear engines and liquid fuel oxidizer combos and whatnot. It's a good, really, really good craft. I like it. It's got a lot of history. But now let's talk endgame Kerbal. That's pretty endgame right there, you know. But over here, that's when things start to get kind of crazy. So we're currently going to North Los Minmis. This is the northern district of our super city on Minneapolis. Or on Minmis, rather.
Ignition sequence start.
Thank you for that follow, bro. Now, this place may not be very big, but what it lacks in size and part count, it surely makes up for being colorful. And I don't just mean the lights, that this is a strip club over here, guys. This is a strip club. And you can see the Kerbal that we're currently controlling is actually Ron Jeremy. Most of you should know who that is. I would be shocked if you did not know who that was. But yeah, this is our shady North Las Minmas. I got a garage over here with some facilities for this, that, and the other thing. Shady crack house over here. That is in fact what it is. This is a slum house, slum crack house. And porno stars and strip club. This is the bad part of town. Ain't no bones about that. You need to have a bad part of town. Yeah, this is a little bit of a shame, though. You can see this big door. We did at one point when we first built this. It had robotic doors and had this a big. I mean, this whole thing, this big hangar door opened up and everything. It's really, really cool. In fact, we also had like a little rover bay up here that we had an arm that was fastened to the top of the building that would come down, swing around, and we'd grab rovers and pull them off of this shelf as we would work on them up here or whatever, service them up here, and it would grab them, swing them back around, and set them down. All of that was totally worked, except for the fact that after we built it all, that's when we found the glitch of the robotic parts, and so we had to remove all of that, unfortunately. It's just a kind of a shame. It was there nonetheless, and it all worked and was really cool. It was a great idea, just Kerbal Space Program physics did not allow for us to take it to the nth degree, unfortunately. But yeah, here's our seedy, shady part of town. You don't want to go there unless you've got a reason to go there, and when you have a reason to go there, you better make sure you're packing. So, now, onward to the real meat of the show. Here it is, Minneapolis. The biggest city that we have ever managed to create, along with the biggest buildings we've been able to create. The main refinery, I'll say right up front, the main refinery, when at launch, with all of the launch equipment and all of the truss segments that were needed to hold it all together for launch and for home and transfer and for landing and setting up all of that, was over 4,000 parts. It's over 4,000 parts. Yeah, 4,000 part launch Kerbal Space Program. Our frame rate was so low that what should have taken 40 minutes to accomplish took over 2 hours. And I will show you a sped up version of that of the video of the launch of this massive super building that I'm talking about. So we got to be patient for just a moment as the building renders in. You can see our frame rate is on the floor. Welcome everybody to Minneapolis, Minmas. this city is big. This rig over here is our refinery 2G. And that's why I was talking about the 4,000 part count monstrosity. This thing was designed and built to be difficult. The goal was to have something extremely large, extremely fragile, and high in part count. And that's what we did. Now these rings that you see here, they were actually, when we first designed it, they had robotic parts so that this ring would be able to pivot. This one would pivot exactly the opposite way, and then this whole ring would spin on the inside of this track right here. So this thing would spin this way, this would spin the opposite way, and then those would, on the inside of this ring, which would spin like this. And it all worked. We had to get rid of all of the robotic parts, though. Again, this is just a physics Kerbal Space Program. We wouldn't be able to come back to this about 10 or 12 times before you'd start to see that the hinge up top or the rotor up top was actually out of where it should be because of the physics just not calculating right. This is a damn shame, but still, the place still stands. Got rid of all of that crap and fixed it up. Had to do all of that in the save file, unfortunately. But you know, again, what do you got? What do you do? It's when the game is flawed. What do you do? But still pretty grandiose, pretty fantastic looking building. You can see up here we actually we can go inside this. This is Sermon Kerman's office in here, actually. There she is. This is the Kerbal that we used to actually deconstruct the main apparatus that held really most of this thing together. We had to launch it with a huge cube basically built around it and a dummy wing that would offset the drag, the wind drag, during launch of the top of the building here. So we had to have another, like a wing over here to make it symmetric so that the launch would work. And then of course the ice cube. This is our second super building. Toned it down quite a bit on this because after launching this we were really kind of shell shock. This was so hard. I mean, like, dude, I was really worried that we weren't gonna be able to pull it off in the end because it was starting to really get out of hand on part count. So we toned it down quite a bit on our second super building, which is of course the ice cube here built to drain all of the heat from the refinery unit, and it does a fantastic job of that. And then of course we've got our greenhouse facility. This is actually a super building in terms of part count, but it's, you know, you look at it here in the VAB when we were building it, it looked really fantastic and big and cool. Of course, when you put it next to these super buildings, it looks quite small. But it is, in fact, by part count definition and our definition, a super building. It has a whole hydroponics system. Again, like, this is something we kind of toned down on as we started to get frustrated with playing low frame rates. But yeah, you can see down here we made a whole hydroponic system for the water filtration system for the greenhouses to work on and everything. Pretty cool. And usually, I'll show you guys this is the final stop on our tour. This hose out here, you can see this yellow hose coming out to a spider, and then it comes out here to another spot. There's actually one more thing that is generally permanent fixture out here. It's not here currently because it's in operations, but it's the Kilo 2 fuel cell, and it stands just as tall as this, and it's effectively just a huge, massive fuel tank for our long-range nuclear system, which we will show you guys that now. Just parked back at Kerbin, I do believe. Here's another thing that is pretty awe-inspiring. We go ahead and turn on all the stuff that's currently in orbit around Kerbin, and things get pretty stupid. Isn't as bad as it used to be. We got rid of all the debris that was supposed to be deorbited but wouldn't deorbit. That actually raises a question. Did our last external tank, did that actually deorbit? We put it to a 10-kilometer periapsis, hoping to God that that would do it. It does look like it did it. I don't see anything out here. We have debris clicked on? No? Actually, we don't. There's 2 pieces of debris. It's dragon debris. Well, looks like 10 kilometers might have done it. Cool. Alright, anyway, what we're actually looking for here is Kilo... There it is, Kilo 2E. And this is what utilizes that massive 50 stories tall fuel cell that is normally parked out at Minneapolis. So that is its fueling operation. Refueling setup. Okay, and here's Kilo 2. It's one of our old... Well, it's the latest version of our long-range nuclear system. And there's the fuel cell that I was talking about. This detaches from the upper portion and can land autonomously to a planet where this part up here stays in orbit indefinitely. And then this flies back up and reattaches. It's been everywhere. This vehicle has been on every single mission, every single colonization fleet, all of it. So it's got a lot of time on these engines, which wouldn't be a good thing, but for being able to actually reuse a vehicle legitimately in Kerbal Space Program, this is the king. And you can see we've got 2 payload bays that we can fill up for with whatever cargo, and then the center is empty currently. This is actually where the Kilo expedition lander goes. There's another autonomous unit, a total landing, a complete lander in every respect for going out and checking out a planet first and foremost. Before we decide to finally go ahead and colonize with things, we'll go ahead and land on it with a Kilo lander first. And that pretty much finishes our grand tour of all of the really end-game stuff that we have in our playthrough. If you guys have got some cool, really dope vessels that you want to show off, by all means, I encourage you to do so. You can hit ! Discord in the chat, and that will give you a link to our Discord. And I encourage everybody to go ahead and post screenshots of your craft right there, and we will definitely take a look at all of them. Yeah, Kilo 2. It's been a while since we've been out to this because we've been doing all the shuttle, Dragon, International Space Station. All of our colonization stuff really kind of took a big, got pushed onto the back burner quite hard. And it will be interesting, at some point we will fly this, or attempt to fly this vehicle to the International Space Station. Because I'm quite curious how much bigger this is than the International Space Station. I'll bet they're pretty close in size. This one's definitely longer. But that'll be sick to see this vehicle dock to our International Space Station. I mean, like, dude, that's gonna be pretty epic. And of course we are not going to do that until it's finished. You have to be 100% finished with our International Space Station before we're going to attempt to do that. It's gonna be really epic. Yeah, this thing's pretty neat. Be fun to fly this thing again. Get back to colonizing planets. Of course, the next planet on our radars for colonizing is gonna be, well, we got to get, actually it's somewhere around Jewel. I mean, what the hell? Oh, it said Pole for a minute. But yeah, Jewel's not a planet that you can colonize. This is a gas giant. So, but we have yet in this playthrough to be out here. There's a lot of moons out here that you can colonize, though, and I would love to get them all. That's kind of our, sort of our end game goal, which is obviously it's like the 10-year, the 20-year goal or whatever, is to colonize every single thing in Kerbal Space Program. So anyway, what I did want to show you guys also was we've got that behemoth of a refinery, and we did sit down at one point and take the time to time lapse the launch of that thing. It's really quite amazing. Refinery 2G mission launch time lapse 2 hours, real time 6 minutes. So that's the real time, and this is just the sped up version. Okay, hold on a sec. So, get a load of this. Shouldn't it actually be showing up? There it is. Okay, so here's the launch of the refinery 2G, that the main super building out at Minneapolis. And like I said, this is over 4,000 parts right here, and it's 100% legit. Like, there's no cheaty stuff going on here at all. And you can see how long this video here is. 2 hours long, and the whole thing actually should have been like, I mean, you can see the frame rate's absolutely abhorrent. But yeah, you can see the inner parts of it now. But yeah, this is what you have to go through to build stuff like that. Now, we don't have some piece of junk computer either. Like, our computer is pretty good. Let's see here. Queue up the... Here we go. Here's what it would look like in real time. Oh my goodness. Yeah. And this thing is insane. This thing is so huge. Now that's with tons of strutting. You see all that kind of wobbling whatever we did at launch there? There's a couple things. One, we couldn't like throttle up slowly because of the frame rate and whatever, and but it's strutted like Omega strutted. Yeah, this is what it would have looked like had we had a machine that was absolutely invincible. Like, there's the first stage. See a couple of those long boosters actually snapping. That wasn't intended. And yeah. Luckily, it didn't break any of the superstructure that all that crap was connected to on the outside. Should be coming up on another stage here in a few seconds. There's a flame out and a separation. Looks like that one was completely clean. Yeah, the scale of that thing is absurd. Yeah, the vehicle now is at 12 kilometers. Right around here would be a smart time to start turning if you were looking for speed, but when you're launching things that are that big, speed is not what you want. It's like you want to get that sucker past the air. That's the most crucial thing when it comes to these Omega scale launches. Well, especially with something that was asymmetric. That was another big challenge that we kind of threw in there, is that the building was supposed to be and was inherently asymmetric. And that we were going to launch this super-sized building that was asymmetric and get it all in one go. If only I had a computer that could actually play Kerbal Space Program at that high part count at that speed. I mean, like, oh my god. "70 kilometers, boom." Yeah, and then all of that superstructure stuff, that big huge cube that we constructed with grids around the whole outside there, that took us like a week to pull apart. So after it landed, after we did the Hohmann transfer, well, first we refueled it, right? We flew the sucker up into orbit, and then once it was in orbit, then we refueled it, which took forever. Like, oh my god, it's just stupid. So we refuel it, we did a transfer, and then we landed it. And then after it was landed, then that whole cube section, well, the landing engines, they launched off. We separated, and those launched off, and they flew off into oblivion. We launched them into a mountain somewhere. And then the remaining superstructure, we tore that down piece by piece with a Kerbal by hand, with the Kerbal attachment system, Kerbal inventory system. We stacked all of that on flatbed trucks that we flew in a special mission, flew these flatbed vehicles out there so that we could put all of this, all of that superstructure grid onto and get it out of the way for part count reasons. And that was really fun. For as tedious as that was a hell of a lot of fun. As you can see, there are hundreds of those little grid units, and like I said, we stacked those things one at a time. Well, first we pulled it all apart, and then we had to like drag the pieces away from the building, and then pull those pieces apart, and then stack them on a flatbed. It was a long procedure. Totally worth it though. So yeah, there you go. There's our end-game Kerbal Space Program. Pretty sick stuff. Pretty sick stuff. And then, of course, where we are today. What have we done today? Yes, that's all cool and fine, Jack, right? That's what you guys are saying. You're saying all that stuff's all cool and fine, but what have you done for me today? Well, let's go take a look. If I could take a look. Let's go to the tracking station for this. That'll be easier. Borg cube, yes, is absolutely what that thing looks like. A big, and it's about the size of one too. Like when you compare what a real Borg ship would have been in scale, it's pretty close. Pretty amazing stuff. And today, what have we done today? The International Space Station, that's what we did today. We just finished Sts-120. A really great landing today. That was pretty awesome. Fantastic return of the shuttle. And a fantastic landing. We need to get some Soyuz, launch some Soyuz, and we've got a Soyuz to return, but not until we get a few of them up there. Might just launch 2 Soyuz back to back, boom boom, go get those up there, and then we can return one of them. And then we'll be ready for the next shuttle mission, which what was it? Somebody was telling me we've only got like 12 left. Only 12 shuttle missions after what we just did, which is crazy. We put in so much work into this shuttle. Like, to think that we're finally reaching the end of it. That's just like, wow. It's a lot of work, man. A lot of work indeed. So yeah, this is what where we are today. Dude, this thing's a thing of beauty. That's fantastic. Having that over to P6 is so good. Oh, that is so satisfying. Wow. Yeah, we can go ahead and launch a, when this thing gets turned, there's actually something we can do right now that the shuttle's gone. We can go ahead and put the PMA-3 back forward. Go ahead and remove that and put it back on the forward docking node. But all in all, through our career of playing Kerbal, and I don't just mean this career mode, I mean our career of playing Kerbal all in, you know, we've done some pretty fantastic things, colonized a lot of planets, but when it comes down to it, the hardest thing has not been any of those. The most difficult thing to do in Kerbal Space Program is what we're doing currently right now. Building a station at this inclination was such a mind screw operation. Like, up until this project, we had only ever really worked with the equator because it's just simplest. It's just the simplest way to do things, right? But getting an inclination change of this is so taxing that you have to get a launch into that. Like, just, it costs way too much to get in and out of this by just doing, you know, inclination changes. So, yeah, if you really want to challenge yourself in Kerbal Space Program, this is definitely the way to do it. I would have to say the challenge that we've put in mostly on building things like Minneapolis were really a challenge of our patience and our time and our determination to actually do it, because that just took a lot of mental focus to stay on task in getting that done when your frame rate is so utterly on the floor for every single thing. But when it comes down to mentally challenging ourselves on how to do things in space, this definitely did it. And that's actually kind of one of the goals of the International Space Station on the surface, right? In real life, is that it we needed to prove some skills. You know, we needed to learn things about microgravity and and living in microgravity in order to take the next, safely take the next step, which of course is colonization. Yeah, it's a thing of beauty. Won't be long now. We'll have that iconic silhouette. It's going to be a great day. Challenged mentally or mentally challenged? Ha 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 ha. Mentally challenged relative to who? Albert Einstein? I wouldn't even go so far as to say mentally challenged by difference of IQ range, I would say. This stuff is hard, though. Make no mistake, going to a 52-degree inclination it's tricky, and coming back from it's even more tricky. Hey, Starspace, how's it going, man? Yeah, you can see we were able to move the solar panelage from Z1 over to P6 successfully, and we installed the what is this thing? Harmony. The Harmony module onto the front of Destiny, and we also got our shuttle home successfully. Nobody died. It's 3 in a row. Three landings on the runway, 3 International Space Station visits. We're getting pretty good at it.
G'day, cobber.
G'day, Kaba. You found the one command that we didn't actually have DMCA and kill. So I figured if anybody was gonna be cool and let us get away with something like that, it would be Blizzard. Thing's sick. Thing is sick. Well, let's go ahead and move this PMA to the forward docking port. Before we do anything here, since we're at a nice solid state, we'll go ahead and smash that F5. Smash its face up against the wall, and then break its knees. Whoa. Sorry. How are we looking here? This thing should be ready to go. I want to see the amount of fuel we have in it for starters. So, oh yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Electric charge is going to be 100%. Yeah, we're cool. Hit me. RCS on, SAS on, docking mode on. Whoa, you're gonna run into the PMA? Holy cow. Choo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Now, is this thing actually on the right vector? Can we say roll to 0 and have it happen properly? RCS off, SAS off. Target negative parallel, force to 0. Will I be that lucky? Hooray! Okay, RCS on. Docking indicator up here. Choo-doo-doo-doo. Kind of wishy-washy, isn't it? Come on, make sure that roll stays on, man. Damn, dude. Trying to get precision here. That wishy-washy is not good for precision. What the hell? Dude, not cool. Okay, maybe that's what was kicking our ass. I usually turn that off in the VAB. Yeah, this is okay. Yeah, this is much better. It's like, dude, we keep getting yanked. What was going on there? This is stupid noob magnetism, basically what it is. For people who cannot dock. Noob magnetism. God damn it, we're not gonna get it precise. Okay. Stop it right there and hold for just a minute. Tell me this thing isn't... Alright, cool. At least that side's... We're good. We just gotta get it... Come on, baby. You can... Don't float away on me. We're gonna go for it on this one. Hit it. Nope. Back it up. No, 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 nope. Trying to get precision here, and we're using a pipe wrench. Dude. Good thing this has a lot of RCS. There. That was pretty close. We were off by about 0.03. So it was pretty close. I mean, it was ticking that way, so I'd say that's good enough for government work. Damn. Yeah, that thing was wishy-washy. But we got it done. PMA 3 is on the forward now, the way that's supposed to be. And I don't think, if my calculations are correct, or my eyeballed guesstimations are anywhere remotely close, we shouldn't be able to dock to the PMA 2 with the shuttle with the payload bay facing forward anymore, because the PMA 3 will now be too far forward that the tail would actually hit it. We can still dock port or starboard, unfortunately. And then, of course, we can dock on the forward, which you normally see it. That's generally where it parks anyway, is right up here. Okay, I did notice something else here. We have... Is this thing... Okay. We've got the auto strut. Let's take a look at how the auto struts are panning out. Ooh, that's not really... I mean, the truss really does actually function absolutely for us like a truss because it's above. That's a most important thing, is that it be off-center from the main body of this. And it doesn't have to be off-center much, just like right there is totally doable. So long as the struts are actually going to and from it, as they absolutely are. It's totally working. But I was worried a little bit about having torque at the front here because now we can put those. Let's see, where is that? Okay, so if we torque forward here, it will torque. It will ultimately torque into the truss. So we should be safe to have these reaction wheels on the front enabled, which will also really greatly help the attitude control. When we come back to this thing and it's like the attitude is way off, you have to wait forever for it to turn. Like, we can get a little bit more bang for our buck. It'll turn faster, so we've got more turning. But it's going to torque that. That torque is going to get pushed from all this forward through this docking port, and ultimately into the heaviest part, which will then get auto strut to the truss, which is, it's not too far a hop, but it would be nice if this was like straight auto strut to the truss. But we are straight auto strut to the heaviest part, so in essence it should be fine. You can see we're skipping this right here. We can go ahead and get that now too. See, is this that's okay. So none of this stuff was auto strut because we were waiting. We were worried that it was going to get stuck in the payload bay on the shuttle, which it still did. We didn't have any strutting at all. We kept it completely clean all the way through the build, and it still got stuck due to auto strutting. I don't know what the hell happened or how to fix that. That's not good. Man, that's a pain. Anyway, we were still able to accomplish the goal, but yeah. Anyway, now that it's in place, we can go ahead and auto strut this stuff. So we can say strut to the root. Here we go, auto strut. Heavy. Aim the camera over here. And we'll get an auto strut from this reaction wheel. This reaction wheel. Here's where we're actually going to get more bang for our buck when it comes to the struts, because this is actually off center. So this going to root or whatever is going to give us a nice V at this thing when it torques top, bottom, or port starboard. This strut will actually be involved in that. Ooh, lovely. Did you see that? Nice V. And it's on the whole thing. It's like a glass. It's like a martini glass. Perfect. That will do nicely. Okay, and that's up to the heaviest. Okay, we've got the docking port now. that. Auto strut. Okay. And then all of this is already done. Groovy. All right. And we got the main part too, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Okay, cool. So check that first one. Okay, we can enable these reaction wheels now. Let's go ahead and toggle the torque on this front one. Okay, and toggle the torque. Cheers. Very nice. Alright, go ahead and get rid of the auto strut visualization. Hot dogs. Go ahead and roam forward into the new bay. We may have to, yeah, since we did the docking, undocking, all that crap. Of course, we have to go somewhere and then come back to all of this. So let's go ahead and do that. Normally we take a quick trip over to Classic Rock, our captured asteroid, and then we can come back over there and actually move crew around. We want to move the scientist into Destiny to crunch science, and then wanted to do just a little EVA just for fun, just to fly around outside. Yeah, I'm dropping frames like crazy. I apologize, guys. It was my bad. I should have refreshed my connection before streaming. I won't let it happen again. All right, we can go back to our International Space Station. I drew SN8 and posted it on Discord. Did you guys all see the explosion? That was pretty cool. I told you guys it wasn't gonna work. Is it becoming unwatchable? How bad is it? Is like the audio cutting out and everything, or what? How bad are we talking here? The frame's so bad that... Go ahead and roam forward. V. Free. Let my camera be free. Go be free, camera. Okay, so what I wanted to do here is we were going to transfer hot dogs. Yeah, we're transferring hot dogs into Destiny to go and do some crunch some numbers, crunch some science. And Shellberry's an engineer, and Brian Duffy's the pilot, so we'll go ahead and send Brian. You can go all the way forward here into this new hitchhiker capsule. And Shellberry. I was going to send her over into the airlock and prep her to do an EVA. Okay, she's actually all ready for an EVA. So let's do it. Let's go on an EVA with Shellberry just for fun. Out she goes. Take a look at this new fantastic truss. Or new fantastic. Now there's absolutely nothing above us. Like before, we were always really cautious about flying above the truss because of all the solar equipment that was up here. Now it's super clean. Like, dude, we could have a rugby match up here. Dude, it is super clean. This is a whole new experience. A whole new experience. Wow. Look at this. If you're above the truss, you're free. You can fly anywhere you want. No worries. That is awesome. I saw it live. It was probably one of the coolest things I've seen in my life. It only failed because of a bad tank pressure. Still, I called it though. Did I say or said that thing would never fly? Never gonna work. Here's my prediction. And I'm usually like terrifyingly accurate on our predictions. So here's my prediction on the Starship. It's the next one. Now this is of course just pulling stuff straight out of the air, guys. I'm not putting any science into these guesstimations. You can't even call them guesstimations. This is totally prophecy right here. The prophecy is that the next Starship is going to explode. And then the next Starship after that is going to crash. And then the next one is going to work. Okay, so we've got two we've got two more generations of Starship before it's gonna work. That's the prophecy. It has been foretold. Two more explosions. Actually, one more explosion and a crash, which also will result in an explosion. But I predict one more on the pad explosion. Now let's get more specific. Prophecies are never good unless you can get ones that are specific, right? So. One more explosion on the pad. One more crash. And then it's going to work. But then the thing is that, see, once this, here's the thing that's kind of weird about Starship, is that once Starship is built, they have to shelve it. It's basically going to get shelved because they don't have the booster for it yet. The booster is a whole nother animal. It's gonna be the same road of build and destroy, and then rebuild and destroy, and then build and got it right sort of thing when it comes to doing the booster as well. It's gonna be a whole thing, which will be fun to watch as well. It's gonna be dope. Can't wait to see when they start building that thing. It's gonna be big. It's gonna be big, man. Can't wait till we get our fourth solar panel. Oh, I'm so excited. Dude. I am so excited. I believe, actually, you know what? We are to that point where we're supposed to extend these now. That's right. After P6, after we installed that to P6, that's when they finally use these radiators. So let's do it. These things have been here for a long time waiting for this. The aft-facing radiators are go. Finally. That's right. They need that extra cooling to... Why the hell they would need the extra cooling there? I don't. You know what? I don't think that one of these was actually on until they did the relocation. Perhaps something like that. But yeah, let's take a look here. Where is it? There it is. Man, there's a bunch of stuff has to happen before that fourth one comes up, huh? Holy cow. Like a whole bunch of stuff. Damn, dude. I want to have it now. I want to do the Solarwing like in the next mission. I want it done. But no, there. Look at this. Here's the relocation right here, and then mission. There it comes. Damn, dude. Ugh. You've got 7 more modules, more. If I'm forgetting, probably more than I'm forgetting. Yeah, there's another thing about SN, the Starship. So they've got a capsule. That's effectively what they've made there, is a capsule, right? So they've got a capsule, a really, really, really big capsule, and it can land under powered flight, and it can also serve as a reusable stage 2. We still haven't seen how that thing is going to behave under the pressures that it's going to need to fly under during stage 1. Like, the liftoff of it alone, I don't know. Just like, you've got Starship and then you've got the booster, and they're both pretty much their own kind of rig, and then we're going to also need to see the whole thing put together, and it's just, there's going to be lots of explosions still to be had. Yeah. That was pretty cool to see that thing take off, though. Definitely very good video. The crash was pretty spectacular too. Like, that was dope. Like, oh shit, boom! That was pretty cool. Alright, well, let's do a Soyuz launch. We need Soyuz up here, so let's go ahead and do that. We're gonna go back to the Space Center. Man, that thing looks so clean, though, with that solar panelage off the top. Wow. There's a new Russian laboratory going up next year. What are they sending out on a Progress? Or on the front of a modified Progress, basically? Like how they installed Piers? Or are they going to use a Proton? When was the last time anybody launched a Proton? I like the Proton. That's a solid rig, man. Ugh. There we go. Soyuz 5A1. Let's take a look at what we got here. $200K. Super cheap. In fact, we've got a whole bunch of tourists yet pay us as well. So we got plenty of funds. These things are super cheap. Okay. Simulator mode on. They'll probably launch it on a Proton. It's about the size of Zarya. Yeah, Proton's a pretty solid rocket, man. You can't really argue with the stability, reliability of that system. Now, speaking of Zarya, I need to launch a new functional cargo block. And you start, or start designing one, actually, I should say. Not launch one. You need to start designing a functional cargo block for the next space station. It's about time that NASA starts taking submissions seriously. Wow, look at the frame rate. I guess if my stream is still doing crap, it really make a little difference for you guys, but for me, it sure looks great. Okay. Flight plans for a Soyuz. Okay. Orbiter, axis arm, toggle, booster, hinge, periscope, mono, propellant thrusters 3, 4, and 5, solar panelage on 6, orbiter separation on 9, manual flight plan 60, heading 310, ascent guidance. Guidance 52, 90, 90. Okay. 1.8 ascent guidance. 1.8. Wow, it's actually still in there. Okay, 90 degrees shape. Yep, that's right. 0 degree. That's all there is to it, huh? All right. Well, let's check a look at it. Orbiter access arm retract and okay. Guidance is internal. Ignition sequence startup. 6, 5, 4, 3. It's not going to go anywhere. 2, 1. Why does the stream keep freezing? I'm sorry, that's probably my frame rate is like I'm dropping 30% of frames. Internet's crap right now. I apologize. Looks like we're coming up on the first stage booster separation, flame out and separation, and the Korolov cross. Separation. Oh, dude. Not a bad little cross right there. I love the Soyuz separation cross. I know, huh? It's just so epic. Okay, we're coming up on fairing separation in 4, 3, 2, 1, and we are go for separation. Very nice. The toggle for the solar panels are on 6. Okay. Final stage separation, or final booster separation, I should say, complete. $155 going to 270. Don't need that much angle on it. A little bit more English than is needed. shutdown. Okay, so that's how we do it. It's all come back to me now. Pretty simple. What the hell is it doing? The hell? Our booster's a little bit like, I don't know what it's thinking. The hell is it doing? Alright, so that will put a Soyuz into orbit here. Like that. And then, of course, after that separation, then there's one little antenna that remains to be extended. And then she's all ready to rock and roll. Is there anything that we need to do? Want to do to our Soyuz before we go ahead and send some people? Escape tower goes before the side boosters? Does it really? That doesn't make sense. You know, if it does, then it does. But on ours, I'm not going to change that because it doesn't make sense. Because that's the most dangerous part. If the thing's going to pogo, it's going to pogo when it's firing on those, for sure. Because they've got breakaway struts. They've got breakaway hinges, all of that stuff. So, yeah, I would absolutely... that's crazy. Yeah, on our Soyuz, I am absolutely not going to jettison that escape tower until those suckers are gone, because that is the #1 point of failure on the Soyuz, is pogoing. But I'll take it from you as a valid criticism that the escape tower is supposed to jettison before the boosters. I'm gonna have to look that up though, because that honestly does not sound right at all. I would think in real life that the most dangerous part would be the pogoing as well. They have abort thrusters on the fairing to get away. That's what saved the MS-10. Huh. Well, yeah. You by abort thrusters on the fairing, you mean the escape tower. Right? Like, what do you mean? That is the abort thruster, right? Like, that's... Otherwise, this is a very, very tried and true system. Good stuff. Let's go ahead and take it on back. Now they have thrusters on the fairing as well. So after they jettison the tower, they still have the thrusters on the fairing. Huh. And then every launch they ditch those thrusters? That's a hell of a lot of waste. Huh. Why not just keep the... That's weird. Why would you... Well, you know, hey, they built it, so they must know best. I mean, seems extraneous to me, though, to have an escape tower. It obviously is, like, designed to be like a kind of a gradient falling back, that in the event of an early escape needed, then it has like lots of thrust, right? Because it's got the escape tower and it's got those boosters on the side, and they work in tandem in order to pull the vehicle away and give it the maximum chance of getting away, because it's got lots of thrust. And then as they get further into the flight, the escape delta V wouldn't be as high, so they can go ahead and get rid of the tower early, and then they've still got enough thrust in that little, you know, so it's kind of trimming it back in order to get that extra, I guess, extra delta V in the end by getting rid of the large SRB on the top. Interesting. So where would the... Kind of cool. Yeah, kind of cool idea. Here's what I'm gonna do. Let's revert this back into the VAB. I want to reload the game because it's definitely starting to bog down. And then we'll come back and we'll get this launch. Yeah, I really don't want to Because we still got to select the astronauts and then put them in the van and then drive them all the way there and so on and so on. So let's go ahead and clean up the RAM as best we can. That's what I was thinking, how we would try and accomplish that on our Soyuz in order to make it work. I honestly do not know. We'd have to take a look at our current configuration for abort, which, you know, our current configuration works terrific. We've tested it live long day. They would survive for sure. Hey Skeeter, how's it going, man? You just screwing up your own launches over there? Is that the thing? Is that what you're saying? It happens, man. I'm screwing up our stream because I didn't bother to refresh our IP before coming online. Yeah, I really appreciate everybody for sticking around during this really choppy frame dropping stream that we've got today. You guys are troopers. I promise I will refresh our internet before coming online again, because that sucks. Dropping frames sucks, man. And there's no reason I should be dropping frames, but I've got great internet. I got great equipment. It's all top notch, man. I would go ahead and do it right now, but we're close enough to the end of the stream. I don't want it to like chop the VOD, you know? I want this to be one mission, one stream, you know. Even if it's choppy, I want us to at least suffer through until the end of this stream. It's funny, over here on my preview, it actually says that the stream stream quality is excellent. Quote, excellent. Actually, all in uppercase, excellent. I disagree. I don't think it is excellent. I think we're dropping a boatload of frames. So. Enjoying the PowerPoint presentation, nice. That's a good one, Starspace. Got him.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Oh. Finally. It came back to us finally. MS-10 had already jettisoned its escape tower. It had one of the boosters space in one of the boosters in the side sent it into a spin, huh? If it weren't for the other fairing thrusters, then the crew would have been gone. No kidding. My God. Wow, that's crazy. Have any of you guys actually watched the new that dramatization of Neil Armstrong, First Man? Have you guys seen that yet? Speaking of spinning, like, dude, that scene gave me nightmares. Yeah, that show's pretty damn good. Highly recommend it for anybody who has not seen it. First Man. It's about Neil Armstrong. And it's pretty darn accurate from what I've looked up on it and know already from the history books. That was right there. Yeah, dudes. Seriously. You guys gotta watch that. I never even heard about it. Like, it was so underpublicized. I had no idea about that movie. I stumbled across it. I don't even know. Like, there was a scene, like, just like this, the scene of them getting into the capsule for the actual, like, launch. You know, Apollo 11. And I stumbled across that scene and I said, what the hell movie did this come from? Like, this looks big box office. This is big money movie here. Like, I've never seen this. Yeah, it's really good. Boy, is that movie good. It's a tearjerker too, man. Like, wow. Serious stuff. Alright, just getting over to the spaceplane hangar so we can get our van. or whatever we choose to put these guys, drive these guys to the pad in. Yeah, might as well be the van. I really want to redo the limousine. Limousine's cool, but man, it's just not as, it's not a practical vehicle for us to use. Oh shit, we got 2 pilots here. That ain't gonna work. Yeah, this is only a crew of 3, I forget. So he is little craft. Little 3-man craft. What we got here? We need a engineer of some sort. An engineer of some stripe. Whatever. There we go. Okay, and need people to drive these guys to the pad. Where's Gunter? Gunter, he'll drive them this time. Okay, Gunter's gonna drive, and his wife will hang with the dudes. There. Alright. Let's get one more crew in here. Wentz crew. Yeah, Wentz crew. There we go. Alright. What? The limo's not practical on rough terrain? I mean, in our playthrough. Like, even just driving from the spaceplane hangar to the VAB, or to the pretty much to the spaceplane hangar to the VAB, it's not practical. Hell, it gets bombed too on its own. Like, we had the one limo, we were parking it in front of the astronaut complex, and then we loaded in our game and it krakened and it exploded. That was crazy. Alright, here we go. Got our crew on board with Gunter at the wheel. He's normally in the back hanging out with the dudes. Today he's gonna drive the bus. It's cool. I've watched the live launch of everyone who's on the ISS right now, so I know all their real names. I know a couple. Did Chris come home? Is Chris Cassidy back yet? He's one of the big celebs, right? Chris Cassidy, and then my favorites are mostly like the chicks, because they're like super gorgeous. Like, the only chicks that could be in any better shape or attractive would be like an Olympian. Alright, so like, I objectify the women, I'm not gonna lie. They're hot. They're also like crazy smart. Which puts them way out of my league. Therefore, I can justify myself in objectifying them. Chris came home about 2 months ago. Yeah, Chris Cassidy's big name celeb astronaut that I'm aware of from today's generation of astronauts, and Christina Cook, Jessica Meir, of course, big celebrities. I mean, of course, being the first full female spacewalks and installs and stuff. Groundbreaking stuff there. Not to mention, like I said earlier, that they're super duper hot. And bad frame drops. Yeah, I apologize, dudes. I'm seeing it on my my preview as well. Oh my god, the stream is like practically gone, isn't it? Damn, dude. Is it getting worse? Just looping? Don't cheer to that. That's not something to cheer for. Man, we're losing it. Christ. Brutal. We're getting absolutely brutalized on the stream. I can't all. Yeah, we've got to, we've come this far, but we can't do it because it's just gonna be looping, and so we're gonna go ahead and call it right there for today's stream. That sucks. We'll come back tomorrow and get right into this launch. We're gonna launch like crazy. We're gonna launch. Soyuz is all over this place. You know, launch Soyuz after Soyuz after Soyuz, and we're gonna do returns of Soyuz after. We're just gonna do them one after another. Bam, bam, bam. We'll do like 2 launches, pow, pow, go up there, and then we'll do immediately a return. Boom, bring those guys home, and launch another one. We're just gonna go crazy on Soyuz launches tomorrow, so to make up for it, because this lag is just too bad. It's just too much. I'm seeing my stuff just spin around in circles. So I appreciate everybody coming and hanging out, and we will definitely be back with more Kerbal Space Program tomorrow, and promise lots of launches. Thanks for coming and hanging out. Thanks for suffering through the crappy lag, and hope to catch up with you guys tomorrow. Have a good night, guys.
What?